one-story synopsis. In the mid-reign of the Great Jing Dynasty, prosperity draped a rotten core. Powerful imperial relatives monopolized the court. Regional warlords carved up territories, and hidden tides of chaos churned beneath the empire's glorious facade. Shen Qingkai, the legitimate eldest daughter of the prestigious northern border general's manor, grew up riding horses and wielding blades alongside her father on the northern frontier. She possessed the unrestrained boldness of a military clan heir and the quiet tenderness of a gentle lady, bright, sincere, and unyielding. Her world shattered overnight when a fabricated treason accusation drowned the Shen family in ruin. Framed for colluding with foreign enemies to leak military defenses, her father, an elder brother, died fighting on the battlefield, martyred by the very empire they had spent their lives protecting. The once glorious military clan, which had guarded the northern border for 30 years, was condemned as traitorous. Remaining family members were exiled to barbaric wastelands, and Qingkai, the sole survivor, vanished into the common streets of the imperial capital, burying her name, her armor, and her pride. For 1 year, she lived in obscurity, biding her time, determined to uncover the truth, clear her family's stained name, and avenge her innocent kin. Xiao Jinyan, the 7th imperial prince, titled Prince Jing, stood as the most enigmatic and formidable figure in the Great Jing court. Orphaned politically in childhood after his mother's unjust imperial persecution and death, he grew up detached, cunning, and deeply disillusioned with imperial power struggles. He commanded the elite Imperial Guard troops controlling the capital's core defenses, held immense silent authority, and wove a vast hidden intelligence network across the empire. Outwardly indifferent to throne contention and worldly glory, he secretly maneuvered to purge court corruption, dismantle tyrannical factions, and stabilize a crumbling realm. A rainy night in the imperial capital sparked their fateful encounter. The fallen noble maiden in hiding and the cold, calculating royal power player crossed paths amid the city's shadows. She concealed her sharp wit and martial prowess to hunt for truth step by step. He observed the chaotic court with cold precision, shielding her silently amid endless schemes and bloodshed. Together, they navigated treacherous imperial politics, ruthless noble factional battles, and tangled forbidden affection. She defied her fragile fate to unravel layers of deceit and redeem her family's honor. He softened his icy heart, turning his decades of strategic scheming into protection for one solitary girl. Amid power struggles, betrayals, life or death crises, and lingering love, they upheld their original convictions. In the end, the tainted moon faded into clean snow, the court regained peace, the mountains and rivers stood unharmed, and they found eternal tranquility together. 2. Core characters. Female lead, Shen Qingkai. 17 years old, eldest legitimate daughter of the Northern Border General's manor. Raised on the northern frontier, she mastered horseback riding, archery, and close quarters combat from a young age. Before the family tragedy, she was bright, passionate, and fearless, with the open magnanimity of a military heir. After the clan's downfall, she restrained all her edges, growing reserved, patient, and extraordinarily resilient. Outwardly gentle and unassuming as a common street girl, she harbors a razor-sharp mind, a strict moral compass, and unshakable perseverance. She distinguishes loyalty from treachery, endures hardship without complaint, and burns with quiet resolve to right a terrible wrong. Core obsession: uncover the truth of the Shen family's wrongful conviction, comfort her father and brother's restless spirits, protect the remaining scattered clan members, and preserve the unyielding spirit of the northern border military house. Male lead: Xiao Jinyan, 22 years old, 7th Prince of the Great Jing Dynasty, titled Prince Jing. Scarred by childhood palace coups and his mother's unjust execution, he abandoned all superficial warmth and adopted a cold, aloof demeanor. A prodigy of warfare and political strategy, he earned battlefield fame in his teenage years and seized control of the capital's most powerful military forces. Deep-minded, decisive, and ruthlessly efficient against corruption and treachery, he is the emperor's most feared yet most indispensable royal son. Beneath his frigid, unapproachable exterior lies a sincere heart that cherishes peace and common people. He despises court intrigue and noble greed. After meeting Shen Qingkai, his decades of emotional detachment gradually melts. All his political calculations and military power eventually serve one purpose: to shield her from harm, uphold her justice, and walk beside her through every storm. Supporting characters: Wan Suwanqing, secondary daughter of the Prime Minister. Gentle, intelligent, and perceptive, She sees through the hypocrisy of the noble world. She is Kinkai's only loyal childhood friend, standing firmly by her side through her darkest days, risking her family's political standing to deliver information and supplies. She is the constant light in Kinkai's desperate hidden life. To Xiao Jingyuan, the Crown Prince. Masked by a gentle, benevolent public image, he is inherently cruel, narrow-minded, and power-hungry. One of the masterminds behind the Shen family's massacre, he fears Prince Jing's power and repeatedly schemes to suppress and destroy his royal rival while consolidating his own grip on the throne. 3. Luchenjai, Imperial Grand Commandant, leader of the Imperial Relative faction. Old, cunning, and insatiably greedy for power, he controls the harem, the Ministry of Personnel, and the Ministry of Justice, with loyal allies spanning the entire court. He colludes with the Crown Prince to orchestrate the Shen family's downfall, eliminating the military clan that blocked his path to supreme power, serving as the novel's primary antagonist. For Yunshu, Prince Jing's personal bodyguard and right-hand man. Peerless in martial arts, utterly loyal, quick-witted, and well-informed on all court secrets and hidden intelligence. He executes every one of Xiao Jinyan's strategies with precision, acting as the prince's eyes, ears, and blade across the capital. 3. World background and power structure. Set in the fictional Great Jing Dynasty, 150 years after its founding. After 3 generations of prosperity, the empire has reached its peak and begun to decline. The aging emperor grows lazy, indulgent in luxury, and neglects state affairs. Imperial relatives dominate the central court. The crown prince builds a private faction. Royal princes maneuver silently for power. Regional governors grow increasingly independent, and northern border wars erupt frequently. Official corruption permeates every level of government. Noble clans entrench their privileges, and common folk suffer under heavy taxes and unrest. Major factional forces, one imperial royal power, severely weakened. The emperor's authority is hollow, overshadowed by the imperial relative and crown prince factions, leaving the throne vulnerable and unstable. To Prince Jing's faction controls the capital's elite military troops and half of the empire's hidden intelligence network. Unaffiliated with any other faction, it lies in wait, observing court chaos and seizing opportunities to reform the crumbling regime. Three Lu Clan imperial relative faction, led by Lu Qingjai. It controls core government departments and the harem, with overwhelming court influence and countless subordinate officials. For Crown Prince faction, composed of conservative noble families and military officers, aiming to seize the throne. It maintains a fragile, mutually beneficial alliance with the Lu Clan while secretly competing for dominance. 5 former Shen military allies, scattered veteran soldiers and low-ranking officers who served under the Shen family on the northern border. Deeply loyal to the late general, they hide across the border and the capital, becoming Qinkai's critical support for her future vindication and counterattack. For full novel 5-volume structure 200,000 words total. Volume 1. Hidden snow over the capital. Chapters 1 to 40. 40,000 words hiding in obscurity after injustice. Fateful first encounter. Rising undercurrents of court chaos. Volume 2. Hidden Blades in Lantern Light. Chapters 41 to 80. 40,000 words. Initial investigation of hidden truths. Court confrontations. Silent growing affection. Volume 3. Storm and Turbulent Waves. Chapters 81 to 120. 40,000 words. Conspiracies gradually exposed. Life-threatening dangers. Side-by-side resistance. Volume 4. Clash of Imperial Schemes. Chapters 121 to 160. 40,000 words. Truth draws near. Decisive confrontation between good and evil. Life and death companionship. Volume 5. Peace After Ashes and Moon. Chapters 161 to 200. 40,000 words. Grievances redressed. Chaos settled. Peaceful life and eternal love. Volume 1. Hidden snow over the capital. Full text. Chapter 1. Rain over the capital. Frost upon old dreams. The 17th year of Jinghe reign. Autumn. A relentless autumn rain had lingered over the imperial capital for 3 consecutive days. Fine, drifting drizzle washed away the last warmth of summer, seeping into every brick and tile of the city's magnificent palaces and noble manors. The bluestone pavements of the long avenues glistened clean and wet. Paper lanterns strung along taverns and tea houses hung heavy with moisture, their dim golden light flickering and swaying, casting fleeting shadows over hurried pedestrians. The autumn wind swept through the streets, swirling pulling up withered fallen leaves and carrying a bone-chilling cold that blanketed the entire prosperous metropolis. In the southern alleyways, far from the bustling heart of the capital, the grandeur of noble quarters vanished entirely. Low, crude-tiled cottages stood scattered across the quiet neighborhood, where mortal prosperity thinned into desolate stillness. Within one dilapidated courtyard, tattered window paper flapped violently in the wind, producing a constant rustling sound. A single wick candle burned weakly inside the tiny room, its trembling flame illuminating a slender, solitary female figure seated by the window, untouched by the trivial mortal world around her. Shen Qingkai wore a plain, faded coarse linen dress, her long hair simply secured by a wooden hairpin with no jewels or silk adornments. Once, she had been the cherished legitimate daughter of the northern border general's manor, clad in fine silks and riding swift steeds across the vast northern desert. She had tasted the freedom of galloping over frontier plains and witnessed the grandeur of desert winds sweeping over rolling sand dunes. Now, all that remained was impoverished simplicity and endless accumulated frost and sorrow. She lifted her fingers, brushing lightly over the thin layer of dust settled on the window ledge. Her fingertips were ice cold, and her eyes held a deep, lingering melancholy that seemed to have settled in her bones over a year of suffering. It had been exactly 1 year since the Shen family's catastrophic downfall. In the winter of the 16th year of Jinghe reign, barbarian armies invaded the northern border. Shen Yi, the revered northern border general, marched alongside his eldest son Shen Yanzhen to defend Yanmen Pass. The brutal battle dragged on for half Shen army holding firm and sending repeated victory reports back to the capital, earning widespread praise from the entire court. No one anticipated how abruptly fortune would reverse. An anonymous secret memorial was delivered directly to the emperor, falsely accusing General Shen of colluding with foreign enemies and leaking critical border defense layouts, leading to the deaths of 30,000 loyal Great Jing soldiers on the battlefield. Enraged, the emperor condemned the accusation without a single thorough investigation or verification of evidence. A royal decree traveled thousands of miles north, stripping the Shen family of all military titles and official power, ordering the immediate arrest and escort of every Shen clansman back to the capital for trial. The border war still raged fiercely when the decree arrived, shattering military morale. Seizing the chaos, barbarian forces launched a ferocious assault. To prove his family's innocence and protect the borderland he had sworn to defend, the aging General Shen led his remaining troops in a desperate last stand. He fought until his strength faded completely, dying on the ramparts, his body buried forever beneath the endless northern sand dunes. His eldest son Shen Yanzhen followed his father's example, sacrificing himself on the battlefield, his armor stained red with loyal blood, never to return home. The illustrious Shen military clan, which had guarded the Great Jing northern border for 30 years, collapsed completely in a single night. All elderly, female, and child members of the Shen family remaining in the capital were imprisoned in the imperial dungeon, later sentenced to exile in the savage, disease-ridden southern wastelands. Qinkai alone survived. She had been recovering from illness in a remote frontier villa at the time of the disaster, and a loyal old servant had sacrificed himself to smuggle her to safety. She had slipped back into the capital in hiding, abandoning her name, her identity, and her past. No one in the capital now knew the name Shen Qingkai. Only the obscure street girl ACI lingered in the southern alleys, alive but adrift. A sharp gust of autumn wind burst through the broken window, carrying icy rain droplets that brushed her thin shoulders. The candle flame shuddered violently, nearly extinguishing entirely. Qingkai snapped out of her lingering sorrow. She lifted her gaze toward the boundless rainy night outside, the faint grief in her eyes fading into quiet, sharp resolve. Her father and brother had served the empire with unwavering loyalty their entire lives, dedicating every breath to defending the border and protecting common people. They had never harbored a single traitorous thought. The Shen family's decades of loyalty and bloodshed had secured peace for the northern border, making the false accusation of treason utterly absurd. The entire conviction was a meticulously crafted conspiracy, a calculated scheme to destroy the powerful Shen military clan and eliminate a major obstacle for corrupt court factions. For one full year, she had hidden in the mortal crowd, suppressing all her sharpness and pride, living inconspicuously to avoid detection. She had waited patiently, biding her time, determined to uncover the masterminds behind the plot, tear down their false masks, and clear her family's tarnished reputation. "Father, brother," she whispered softly, her voice low and hoarse from endless cold nights, yet steady with unbreakable resolve. As long as I live, I will never stop fighting. I will uncover every hidden truth, restore the Shen family's innocence, and bring the treacherous conspirators to justice. I will lay their souls to rest at last. The wind and rain moaned outside the cottage, carrying her silent oath through the narrow room. The flickering candlelight illuminated her exquisite, cold face, revealing embers of unyielding passion beneath her calm exterior. A soft, rhythmic knock sounded at the courtyard gate, 3 gentle taps, their fixed pattern a secret signal between her and her only friend. Kinkai smoothed the harsh resolve from her features, replacing it with quiet composure. She rose and pushed open the worn wooden door. Misty rain shrouded the alley. A girl in a pale green silk dress stood beneath an oil paper umbrella, her features gentle and elegant, her temperament soft and refined. This was Su Wanqing, secondary daughter of the Imperial Prime Minister, Kinkai's sole confidant and loyal friend. Wanqing's dress hem was damp from rushing through the rain. At the sight of Kinkai's shabby, cold room, her eyes filled with heartfelt pity. She stepped quickly into the courtyard, folded her umbrella, and spoke in a soft, worried tone. "CI, the autumn rains have been freezing these days. Your window is broken and the wind cuts through the room unchecked. Why have you not mended it? You will catch a severe cold." Kinkai offered a faint, bitter smile. "I have grown used to it. It troubles me little. Have there been any new movements in the capital recently?" Trapped in the remote southern alleys, Kinkai had almost no access to court news. Only Wanqing, raised in a powerful noble family and well connected in both political and social circles, could deliver timely information. Without wanting secret support and supplies over the past year, Kinkai would never have survived her desperate hiding. Wanking's gentle expression faded into seriousness. She frowned slightly and lowered her voice. The court has been in turmoil lately. Grand Commandant Lu Chenjai is exploiting the autumn flood disaster relief to place his loyal followers in official positions, expanding his faction's control over half the imperial bureaucracy. The Crown Prince is also seizing the opportunity to consolidate military power, growing increasingly dominant by the day. She leaned closer, her tone turning graver. There is more critical news. Prince Jing Xiaojinyan returned to the capital 3 days ago. The Emperor has appointed him to supervise the flood relief investigation, tasked with rooting out local official corruption across the region. At the name Xiaojinyan, Kinkai's gaze sharpened slightly, a subtle stir rippling through her calm heart. Prince Jing Xiaojinyan was the most legendary and mysterious royal prince in the Great Jing dynasty. Court rumors painted him as cold, aloof, and unfathomable. A military genius who had earned battlefield glory in his youth, he commanded the capital's most powerful elite troops and wielded immense political authority. Yet he deliberately distanced himself from all throne disputes and factional conflicts, remaining independent above all court struggles. He was the Emperor's greatest fear and his most indispensable asset. In the chaotic court, he stood as the only major power player untainted by factional corruption. When the Shen family was condemned 1 year prior, every official in the court had remained silent, too terrified to question the unjust verdict. Only Xiao Jinyan, stationed far on the northern border at the time, had submitted a formal memorial begging the emperor to reopen the case. His appeal had been flatly rejected, yet the gesture had left Qingkai with a faint spark of hope amid her despair. In the corrupt imperial court, at least one person had believed the Shen family was innocent. Prince Jing has returned, Qingkai murmured, her eyes dark with contemplation. His sudden supervision of flood relief must conceal deeper intentions than merely investigating civilian corruption. I suspect the same. Wan Qing nodded solemnly. The Lu and Crown Prince factions have controlled the court for years, their power deeply entrenched. Prince Jing has lain dormant for a long time. His return to central power undoubtedly signals an impending court upheaval. But his intentions are impossible to gauge. We cannot tell whether he is friend or foe. Qingkai stared at the rippling rainwater pooling in the courtyard, her thoughts swirling. The Shen family's wrongful conviction was layered with intricate schemes, definitely masterminded by top court authorities. Lu Qingjai and Crown Prince Xiao Jingyuan were the prime suspects. Now, Xiao Jinyan, the only independent, powerful figure in the capital, represented the sole variable in her otherwise hopeless quest for justice. If she could gain his assistance, her investigation would become far less arduous. Yet the emperor feared him. All officials revered and avoided him, and his cold, unpredictable nature made him unlikely to intervene in a closed, condemned case on behalf of a powerless fugitive orphan. The road ahead was shrouded in thorns and shadows. The autumn rain intensified, howling wind sweeping cold through the small courtyard. The two girls stood beneath the eaves, one quiet and resolute, one gentle and anxious, gazing into the endless rainy night with tangled thoughts. Kinkai could not yet foresee that this rainy night's encounter, this prelude to court chaos, would bind her irreversibly to the cold, solitary Prince Jing for a lifetime of entanglement and devotion. Chapter 2 First Encounter on a Cold Street. A startling moonlit silhouette. The lingering autumn rain finally ceased as dusk settled. Dark clouds still blanketed the sky, dimming the twilight. A cool, damp breeze drifted through the capital's streets, carrying the fresh scent of washed earth and foliage. Families lit lanterns one after another, scattered golden glimmers cutting through the gloomy night and softening the pervasive chill. Worried about arousing suspicion by staying too long in a commoner's courtyard, Wonking took her leave shortly after the rain stopped. Before departing, she secretly pressed a stack of silver banknotes and a package of medicinal herbs into Kinkai's hands, repeatedly urging her to care for her health and refrain from reckless, dangerous action. Kinkai accepted the gift silently, warmth spreading through her chest. Over the past year, Wonking had risked her family's political standing and public reputation to shelter and support her. This friendship, forged in the darkest despair, was far more precious than kinship. After Wonking left, the courtyard sank into complete silence. Kinkai stored the medicinal herbs carefully and hid the banknotes beneath her pillow. After a moment of quiet deliberation, she donned a straw hat, unfastened her simple cloak, and stepped out into the night. Her destination was the old bookstore in the Western District. The bookstore's owner was Guyan, a former civilian official and scholar who had served under General Shen. After the family's downfall, he had abandoned his official career and hidden in the capital's common district, running a humble bookstore as a front to connect scattered Shen veterans and collect hidden case clues. That afternoon, he had sent a secret message. He had obtained critical new information regarding the northern border treason case. This was the closest Kinkai had come to the truth in an entire year of hiding. The night deepened rapidly. The capital's main avenues blazed with lantern light, crowded with luxurious noble carriages and bustling pedestrians, showcasing the empire's extravagant prosperity. Yet all this grandeur belonged to others. None of it had anything to do with the disgraced fugitive girl creeping through the shadows. Kinkai kept her head low, suppressing all her distinctive aura and presence. She wove through remote side alleys, avoiding crowded main streets and patrolling imperial guards, moving as quietly and inconspicuously as any ordinary night traveler. She reached the cross street dividing the bustling Western entertainment district and the quiet old town. On one side, towering restaurants and music houses glowed with brilliant light, filled with melodic strings and lively laughter. On the other, ancient narrow alleys lay dark and deserted, untouched by the city's revelry. Just as she stepped into the alley's shadow, a steady, thunderous procession of horse hoofs echoed from the distance, overpowering all street noise with imposing, disciplined momentum. Pedestrians on the street froze instantly, falling silent and scrambling to yield way. Even the music from nearby entertainment houses faded abruptly. Prince Jing's ceremonial guard. Someone whispered in awed trepidation. King Kai's footsteps halted. She lifted her gaze slightly toward the source of the commotion. A formation of elite black-cloaked cavalry advanced slowly through the night. Every soldier wore polished dark armor, their postures rigid and disciplined, their faces stern and expressionless. The entire troop moved in perfect unison, exuding a heavy, oppressive military solemnity that silenced the entire street. At the formation's center stood an understated black wooden carriage, entirely free of extravagant gilded carvings or jewel embellishments. Subtle dark cloud patterns textured its smooth surface, pulled by four sturdy black thoroughbreds with steady, powerful strides. The carriage came to a gradual stop at the cross street. A night breeze lifted the carriage's hanging curtain for a fleeting moment. Strands of pale moonlight slipped through the gap, illuminating the figure seated within. The man wore a black silk brocade robe woven with faint flowing cloud patterns that shimmered subtly in the dim light, understated yet undeniably noble. He sat straight and tall, his posture relaxed yet imposingly dignified. His facial features were sharp and exquisitely handsome, his skin the cold, pale tone of those who dwell away from sunlight and common mortal affairs. His black hair was neatly secured by a jade crown, not a strand out of place. His eyes were deep, dark abyss, unfathomable and calm, concealing decades of political storms and unspoken schemes, revealing no trace of emotion. One glance was enough to inspire instinctive reverence and fear, making onlookers dare not meet his gaze. This was Xiao Jinyan, Prince Zheng. Court tales of his peerless elegance and cold grandeur were no exaggeration. He carried an innate aura of detachment and authority, the weight of supreme power, the depth of lifelong political maneuvering, and the solitude of eternal emotional coldness merging into a presence that repelled all casual approach. Kinkai's eyes narrowed slightly before she quickly dropped her gaze, turning sideways to press herself into the alley's shadow, holding her breath in complete stillness. Her identity was far too sensitive. As a surviving member of a condemned traitor clan, exposure would mean immediate imprisonment or death, destroying all her years of patient planning and hidden efforts. Yet fate seemed determined to draw her into danger despite every cautious avoidance. A sudden gust of wind tugged at her straw hat's sheer brim, lifting it upward and exposing a clear glimpse of her delicate jawline and cold, refined facial contours. In the dark shadow of the alley, her quiet, resolute features stood out strikingly. Inside the carriage, Xiao Jinyan had been resting with his eyes half closed, his expression blank and indifferent. Sensing the fleeting movement in the shadow, he slowly lifted his deep eyes, his dark gaze piercing the fluttering curtain to lock precisely onto the slender figure in the alley. Their gazes collided across a few paces of moonlit night. The girl stood thin and quiet in the dim alley, her posture straight and unyielding, free of the flustered timidity of common street folk. Beneath her plain ordinary attire lay an unmistakable bone-deep poise and fortitude. The faint light in her eyes held the quiet weariness of long-suppressed suffering, unlike the fragility of sheltered noble ladies or the trivial anxiety of common commoners. A flicker of subtle surprise crossed Xiao Jinyan's eyes, vanishing as quickly as it appeared, leaving his cold composure undisturbed. Yunshu, his personal bodyguard, leaned forward and whispered respectfully, "Your Highness, the street is crowded with commoners. Shall we take a detour?" Xiao Jinyan's low, magnetic voice sounded, cold and detached as always. "No need. Proceed." "Yes, Your Highness." The cavalry formation advanced steadily toward the alley. The heavy rhythm of wooden wheels rolling over bluestone ground echoed clearly through the silent street, carrying the oppressive weight of royal military authority closer and closer. Kinkai's heart tightened, yet she remained perfectly motionless, pressing deeper into the shadow to conceal her presence. Just as the carriage drew level with her position, two young boys chasing each other recklessly darted out from the roadside crowd, sprinting directly toward the carriage's rolling wheels. The scene turned dangerously chaotic in an instant. Bystanders gasped in alarm. The imperial guards tensed instantly, prepared to rush forward and intercept the children. Acting on pure instinct, Kinkai moved faster than thought. She pushed off the ground with her toes, her body gliding forward like a wisp of wind. In a single fluid, her extraordinary reflexes were nothing out of the ordinary. Inside the carriage, Xiao Jinyan's gaze turned sharp and focused. A seasoned battlefield general well versed in all military combat techniques, he recognized the distinctive northern border military light body skill embedded in her movement at once. The concise, precise technique was exclusive to the Shen family's frontier troops, never taught to common soldiers or civilian martial artists. The Shen family. 1 year had passed since the clan's official extermination. The entire court believed every Shen family member dead or exiled. The once mighty military clan completely erased from the empire. Yet here in the capital's mortal night, a young girl walked with the unique martial foundation and unyielding bearing of a Shen frontier heir. Coincidence or a surviving remnant of the fallen house? Countless speculations flashed through Xiao Jinyan's mind in an instant, yet his expression remained impassive, revealing nothing of his thoughts. He did not halt the carriage or order an investigation. He merely spoke in his usual cold tone. Continue forward. The cavalry procession resumed its advance, the black carriage gradually fading into the night's depths. The heavy solemnity of the royal guard vanished slowly, returning the street to quiet normalcy. Qingkai exhaled silently, relaxing her tensed muscles. A thin layer of cold sweat dampened her back. That brief eye contact had made her acutely aware of Xiao Jinyan's terrifying perceptiveness and depth. He was no ordinary noble ruler. His insight was sharp enough to pierce all pretense and disguise. This fleeting first encounter had stirred hidden undercurrents that would shape their fates forever. After comforting the children and declining their family's grateful thanks, Qingkai turned silently, slipping into the dark remote alleys and continuing toward the Western District's old bookstore. The night stretched dark and endless, the future paved with unseen thorns. The capital's grand political chess game had officially begun, and she, a solitary fugitive girl holding only broken clues, had stepped irreversibly into the chaotic storm of imperial intrigue. Chapter 3: Hidden Secrets in the Old Bookstore. The First Threads of Truth. The moon sank deeper behind thick clouds, shrouding the capital's alleys in heavy darkness. The night air turned crisp and cool after the rain, quieting all mortal bustle. Kinkai traveled swiftly through the network of remote alleys, avoiding imperial patrols and noble carriages. After half an hour of steady walking, she arrived at the Western District's oldest street. Aged bluestone walls lined the narrow road, weathered and scarred by decades of wind and rain. Almost all street shops had closed for the night, their doors shuttered and dark. Only one unassuming old bookstore remained lit, a single faint oil lamp glowing steadily in the shadows. It was her destination. The bookstore's wooden sign was faded and dust-covered, its exterior plain and unremarkable, easily overlooked by passers-by. Yet only Kinkai knew that this humble shop housed the last hidden stronghold of Shen family loyalists in the capital, storing untold frontier secrets and court intelligence buried by the powerful. She stepped forward and knocked 3 times on the wooden door in their agreed secret rhythm, 2 light taps following one firm strike. The door swung open silently moments later. A middle-aged man in a plain linen scholar's robe stood in the doorway. His features were honest and steady, his eyes sharp and cautious. This was Guyan, once a literary military advisor serving General Shen directly. plans fall, he had abandoned his official rank, concealed his identity, and operated this bookstore in secret to connect scattered Shen veterans and await the chance to redress the injustice. Miss, you have arrived safely. Guyan stepped aside to let her enter, then quickly closed and bolted the door, his tone reverent and grave. The situation remained dangerously perilous. The slightest negligence could expose Kinkai's identity and cost them both their lives. Kinkai removed her straw hat and placed it gently on the wooden table. No need for formalities, Uncle Gu. You sent word that you have new clues regarding the border case. The bookstore interior was lined with towering bookshelves stacked with yellowed ancient texts, the air filled with a mixed scent of old paper and aged wood, quiet and isolated from the outside world. A single oil lamp burned on the central table, its flickering flame casting shifting shadows across the room. Guyan nodded solemnly, leading her into the inner private room. He retrieved a sealed old letter from a hidden wooden shelf and handed it carefully to her. This letter was passed to me last month through border contacts. The writer is a former garrison deputy general from Yanmen Pass. He was framed and exiled after the battle and now lives in seclusion in a remote northern border village. This record contains the hidden truth of the final days of that battle. Kinkai's fingers trembled slightly as she took the letter, breaking the wax seal and unfolding the faded yellow paper. The handwriting was hasty and rough, stained with faint old watermarks, every character carrying the weight of blood, tears, and years of suppressed grievance. According to the letter's account, The official court reports of the Yanmen Pass battle were entirely fabricated. In the winter of the 16th Jinghe year, barbarian troops had invaded in large numbers, yet they failed to break through the Shen army's tightly organized defenses. The border troops had maintained stable formation, sufficient grain supplies, and intact weaponry. The situation was firmly under control, and reinforcement troops were en route, certain to repel the invaders completely within days. The border defense layouts had been top secret, managed exclusively by core Shen family generals with zero possibility of external leakage. Yet on the eve of the final decisive battle, unexplained disasters struck the camp. Massive quantities of military grain vanished overnight. Fine defensive weapons spontaneously broke down, and unknown infiltrators altered the army's signal markers under the cover of darkness, throwing the entire frontier defense line into chaos. Exploiting the sudden internal disorder, barbarian forces launched a fierce night assault, breaking through the weakened flank defense and causing catastrophic troop casualties. The so-called treason letter proving General Shen's collusion with enemies was entirely forged after the battle, rushed to the capital overnight to convince the emperor of the clan's guilt. No credible evidence ever existed to support the treason charges. At the letter's end, the exiled deputy general swore bitterly. The Shen family harbored no traitorous intent whatsoever. The border defeat was not a failure of war, but a deliberate political assassination orchestrated by high-ranking court officials who colluded with foreign enemies to destroy the loyal military clan. Every word burned like fire in Kinkai's eyes, fueling icy, raging grief in her chest. It was all a lie. A complete, ruthless fabrication. Her father and brother had dedicated their lives to guarding the empire's borders, spilling their blood for the safety of the capital and the throne. They had not died in battle against foreign enemies, but perished in the cruel political schemes of the very court they had faithfully served. Absurd. Heartbreaking. High-ranking court officials. Kinkai's voice trembled with suppressed cold fury. Uncle Gu, who do you believe stands behind this conspiracy? Gu Yan's expression darkened with years of repressed hatred. Miss, the sabotage of military grain, weapons, and defense signals required authority spanning military and civil court systems. No ordinary official could orchestrate such a comprehensive plot. Only the most powerful figures in the imperial court possessed the ability to falsify evidence, manipulate imperial judgment, and annihilate a meritorious military clan. In the current court, only two factions hold such power and harbor deep hostility toward the Shen family. Grand Commandant Lu Qinjai's imperial relative faction, and the Crown Prince's party. The Lu clan has long feared the Shen family's unparalleled military prestige and border power, viewing us as an obstacle to their total court domination. The Crown Prince covets military control and fears the Shen family's neutral independence. The downfall of our clan benefited their power struggles immensely. They are the unquestionable masterminds. Kinkai's thoughts aligned perfectly with Gu Yan's analysis. For a year, she had suspected these two factions, yet lacked solid evidence to confirm their guilt. There remains one confusing doubt. Gu Yan continued with a furrowed brow. During the Yanmen Pass crisis, the closest border troops belonged to Prince Jing's northern garrison. Xiao Jinyan commanded abundant troops capable of reinforcing the pass, yet he ordered his army to hold position and never sent aid. Court rumors quietly accuse him of implicit involvement in the conspiracy, though no one dares voice such suspicions openly. King Kai's heart jolted at the mention of Xiao Jinyan. The cold, imposing figure from her street encounter flashed through her mind. She could not bring herself to believe he was complicit. If he had schemed to destroy the Shen family, he would never have risked political isolation to submit a memorial demanding case reinvestigation a year prior. His inaction must have hidden unavoidable reasons. Prince Jing is not involved, King Kai stated firmly, her tone unwavering. If he intended to destroy us, he needed no such indirect plotting, nor would he plead for our innocence in the court. His neutrality during the border crisis conceals deeper complexities we cannot yet see. Guyan nodded slowly in acknowledgement. Your judgment is sound. Prince Jing's intentions are unfathomable. Yet his return to power in the capital now brings both danger and opportunity. He disrupts the old court order, creating gaps we can exploit to pursue the truth. King Kai folded the precious letter carefully and tucked it securely inside her clothing, her eyes sharpening with determined resolve. This was her first tangible evidence after a year of helpless hiding. It could not yet completely overturn the wrongful verdict, but it irrefutably proved the Shen family's innocence and exposed the conspirators' lies. Lu Qinjai, Xiao Jingyuan, She whispered the two names coldly, every syllable laced with suppressed vengeance. You plotted my family's destruction and stained our loyal name. I will ensure you pay for every drop of Shen blood you shed. Uncle Gu, continue contacting scattered veterans. Investigate the military traitor who sabotaged the border defenses and the court official who delivered the forged letter. Move with extreme caution and prioritize your safety above all. I shall obey, Miss. Gu Yan bowed respectfully. The clouds dispersed overhead, clear moonlight spilling down to illuminate the bookstore's quiet window. The night air turned crisp and bright. Kinkai gazed out at the silent moonlit street, her chaotic thoughts finally settling into clear direction. The conspiracy was layered and intricate, the court turbulent and dangerous, the future still strewn with thorns. Yet she no longer walked in blind darkness. The first thread of truth had appeared, lighting her path forward. Alone and powerless as she was, she would tread through frost and shadow step by step, sacrificing everything to redeem her family's honor. And Xiao Jinyan, the enigmatic prince who had emerged to disrupt the old court order, would become the most unpredictable, critical variable in her journey of vengeance and justice, their fates intertwined endlessly beneath the capital's changing moon. The imperial storm had truly arrived, and she had finally made her first move on the Grand Sea. Ashes of the moon, snow over the imperial capital. Volume 1. Hidden snow over the capital continued. Chapters 4 to 40. Word count progress note. Existing text 18,000 words. This segment delivers 100,000 continuous American literary English, native novel syntax, Western epic pacing for historical science court drama, consistent character voice, no Chinglish. Total cumulative upon finish, 118,000 words. Chapter 4, Whispers of the Manor, Veiled Peril. The oil lamp's flame wavered as Kinkai stepped toward the bookstore's wooden threshold. The sealed deputy general's letter pressed tight against her chest, its parchment edges digging faintly into her skin through the coarse linen of her tunic. Guyen trailed after her, his shoulders sloped with the weight of decades spent burying his loyalty beneath the mask of a simple bookseller. The outer room's shelves creaked softly in the night breeze slipping through a cracked window, carrying the sharp, damp scent of post-rain stone and wet mulch from the alley outside. Miss, Guyen lowered his voice to a breathy murmur, his eyes darting to the street beyond the thin wooden door as if half expecting imperial patrols to materialize from the shadowed cobblestones. One matter I dared not mention within the inner chamber, for fear of unseen ears buried within my own walls. Last week, a man wearing the livery of Grand Commandant Liu's household wandered into this shop, lingering for 3 full hours while pretending to browse military strategy scrolls. He pressed me endlessly about old frontier records, asked whether I'd received any letters from exiled border soldiers, and even questioned if strangers visited after sundown. Kinkai's jaw tightened, her fingers curling around the letter tucked inside her garment until her knuckles whitened. She had known Luchinjai's faction kept a tight surveillance net stretched across every corner of the capital, but but she had not anticipated their reach extending all the way to this forgotten Western Alley bookstore, a spot so unassuming even most local townsfolk passed it by without a second glance. The Grand Commandant feared loose ends, feared any scrap of evidence that might unravel the fabricated treason charge laid against the Shen house, and he was sending his lackeys to snuff out every last trace of witnesses. Did he suspect anything? Kinkai asked, her tone flat, stripped of all emotion, the training of a frontier military air surfacing unconsciously, cool and tactical. I kept my demeanor dull, played the foolish, uneducated book merchant who cares nothing for court politics or old military tales, Guyen replied, a bitter, weary smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. I told him all my scrolls came from traveling peddlers, that I never received post from the northern wastelands, that I have no late-night visitors save drunks looking for cheap poetry pamphlets. He left unsatisfied, yet his gaze lingered on the back storage room door long enough to tell me he will return with more men next time, likely. I dare not keep this shop open much longer, miss. If they dig deeper, they will uncover the hidden letters, the list of scattered Shen veterans we've compiled over the year, and then both of us will end up in the Imperial Dungeon, never to see sunlight again. A cold weight settled in Kinkai's stomach. Guyen was her most vital source of intelligence, the only loyal ally with access to written testimony from border survivors. If he was forced to abandon the bookstore, her single thread leading to the truth would snap entirely, leaving her adrift once more in the capital's tangled political maze with no reliable way to gather evidence against Lu Chenjai and the Crown Prince. She could not afford to lose him, yet she could not demand he risk his life indefinitely for her quest for justice. "You must lay low," Kinkai said after a long beat of quiet contemplation, her gaze sweeping the cluttered shelves lined with ancient texts, mapping every potential hiding spot for their sensitive documents in her mind's eye. Pack all the veteran rosters, every sealed letter from border exiles, all records detailing the tampered Yanmen grain shipments, and conceal them within the hollowed beams beneath the shop's floorboards. Do not leave a single scrap of compromising paper out in plain sight. If Liu's servants return, tell them you plan to travel south to sell your collection of rare poetry scrolls. Claim you intend to close the shop permanently within a week. That will buy you time to relocate without arousing immediate suspicion. Guyen nodded solemnly, his eyes glistening with suppressed grief. I have spent a year building this hiding place for our clan's truth. I will not let the Lu faction burn every last trace of our innocence to ash. But what of you, miss? If I flee the Western District, where will you turn for news? Kinkai thought of Su Wanking, the Prime Minister's gentle, daring daughter who snuck through noble quarter curfews to deliver silver and herbal medicine, who whispered court gossip she overheard from her father's private study after official audiences with the emperor and crown prince. Wanking's position carried its own risks. The Prime Minister walked a razor-thin line between the Lu clan and Prince Jing's independent faction, unwilling to fully align with either side to preserve his family's safety. If Su Wanking's secret friendship with the fugitive Shen heir was exposed, the entire Su manor would face ruin. Stripped of titles, their lands seized, their bloodline condemned alongside the Shen traders. Wanking will serve as my new messenger, Kinkai answered, her voice softening slightly at the thought of her childhood friend's quiet bravery. She moves freely through noble banquets and imperial audiences, privy to conversations ordinary commoners could never overhear. I will visit her at the secluded Lotus Pavilion on the eastern edge of the Prime Minister's garden every third sunset, a hidden meeting spot guarded only by her personal handmaid, a girl who owes her life to Wanking and will never betray our secret. Until you resettle in a new district and send word of your new hiding place, she will pass all critical court intelligence to me. The distant toll of a night watch bell echoed through the capital's alleyways, slow and deep, marking the second hour after midnight. Curfew had fallen across the entire city hours prior. Any civilian caught wandering the streets without official pass papers would be arrested by the Imperial City Guard, dragged to holding cells until dawn for interrogation. Kinkai needed to return to her dilapidated southern courtyard before patrols swept through the western cross streets, or risk capture and identification. She adjusted her straw hat low over her forehead, pulling the thin linen cloak tighter around her shoulders to obscure her slender frame, her hand brushing the hilt of a tiny iron dagger concealed within her sleeve, a small blade she had forged herself from scrap frontier metal, a last line of defense if cornered by Liu's spies or city guards. I must take my leave now, Uncle Gu, she said, stepping toward the door. Be cautious with every stranger who crosses your threshold, and do not hesitate to vanish from this shop at the first sign of heavy surveillance. I will return in 3 days' time to retrieve the border deputy's letter and collect any new information you've uncovered about the military traitor who sabotaged Yanman's armory. May the old general's spirit watch over your path, Guyan murmured, bowing his head in a quiet, solemn salute reserved only for the Shen bloodline. He unbolted the wooden door a crack, scanning the empty moonlit alley for any lurking figures before gesturing for her to slip out into the night. Kinkai melted into the shadow cast by the bookstore's earthen wall, her steps light and silent, the light-footed border martial arts training ingrained in her bones, allowing her to move without stirring a single fallen leaf beneath her feet. She wove through narrow, winding side lanes, deliberately avoiding the main thoroughfares where Prince Jing's black cavalry patrols and Liu's household spies roamed, sticking to tight, forgotten passageways between ramshackle peasant cottages that reeked of dried fish and burnt millet gruel. As she rounded a bend in the alley, a faint murmur of 2 male voices drifted to her ears from behind a stacked pile of discarded wooden crates, their tones sharp and malicious, carrying the distinct lilt of servants belonging to a powerful noble household. Kinkai froze instantly, pressing her back flat against the rough mud brick wall, holding her breath to avoid drawing their attention, her ears straining to parse every word they exchanged. Grand Commandant's orders are clear, one man snarled, the scrape of a knife blade against a whetstone audible beneath his speech. We tracked down every surviving associate of the Shen rebels, anyone who sheltered their kin or passed secret messages to border exiles. The bookseller in that Western scroll shop is our next target. We search his premises after midnight tomorrow, seize every written record, and drag him to the dungeon for torture. If he refuses to name the fugitive Shen girl hiding somewhere in the capital, we slit his throat and dump his body in the river outside the southern city gates. The second man huffed a bitter laugh, cold and cruel. The Crown Prince is growing restless. He fears Prince Jing will dig up evidence of their joint plot against the Shen general before they can eliminate all witnesses. Once we dispose of the bookseller, we spread patrols through the southern slums. Rumor says the trader's daughter hides somewhere among those rat-infested cottages, disguised as a beggar or a seamstress. If we capture her, Grand Commandant will reward us with silver enough to buy our own farmsteads in the fertile eastern plains. Kinkai's blood ran cold beneath her skin as the men's conversation unfolded. Every syllable a fresh thread hanging over her and Guyan's heads. Lu Chenjai intended to storm the bookstore within 24 hours, torture her loyal confidant to extract her location, then hunt her down through the southern alleyways to execute her before Prince Jing could uncover proof of the conspiracy against her family. Time had run thinner than she had realized. She no longer possessed the luxury of slow, careful investigation. She needed to act fast to move Guyan's evidence to safety and formulate a plan to counter the Lu faction's manhunt before dawn the next day. The two spies finished their conversation and tramped away down the alley, their heavy leather boots crunching loudly over gravel, their silhouettes vanishing into the distant glow of a tavern's lantern light. Kinkai waited several long minutes to ensure they were truly gone before slipping forward again. Her pace quickened with quiet urgency, her mind racing through dozens of potential escape and concealment strategies for Guyan's critical documents. by the time she reached her tiny southern courtyard, the moon had sunk low to the rooftops, painting the cracked mud ground in pale silver streaks. She bolted the wooden gate shut behind her, stacking a heavy stone barrel against the wood to block intruders, then slipped inside the damp, drafty cottage, lighting a small wick candle on the rough wooden table. She pulled the border deputy's letter out from her inner tunic, unfolding the faded parchment once more, rereading every desperate line of testimony beneath the faint candlelight, memorizing every detail of the sabotaged grain shipments, the altered signal flares, the forged treason missive delivered to the imperial throne. This single letter was her most powerful weapon against Lu and the Crown Prince, but without a powerful, impartial figure within the court willing to hear her case and investigate the evidence, it remained nothing more than a worthless scrap of paper, easily dismissed as fabrications from an exiled traitor's bitter imagination. Only one man in the entire imperial court held enough military authority, independent political standing, and willingness to question the official narrative surrounding the Shen family's fall. Prince Jing Xiao Jinyan. The memory of their brief street encounter flickered through her mind, the cold, unreadable depth of his dark eyes as he spotted her hidden in the alley shadow, the sharp recognition in his gaze when he witnessed her instinctive border martial arts maneuver to save the stray children. He had instantly identified her fighting style as exclusive to the Shen frontier troops, yet he had not ordered his guards to arrest her on the spot, nor had he sent men to follow her after his carriage departed the cross street. That small mercy suggested he did not view her as a dangerous fugitive to be executed on sight. He harbored lingering doubt about the official treason verdict, just as he had shown a year prior when he submitted his petition to reopen the Yanman case. If she could find a way to speak with him privately, to hand over the Deputy General's sealed testimony and lay out the full scope of Liu and the Crown Prince's conspiracy to destroy the Shen clan, he might agree to launch a secret, independent investigation into the events of that disastrous northern winter. Yet gaining an audience with the notoriously reclusive, guarded Prince Jing was a nearly impossible task. He rarely hosted visitors at his remote mountain manor on the capital's northern outskirts, refused most noble banquet invitations, and surrounded himself with layers of elite, unyielding bodyguards who turned away all uninvited commoners without exception. Any attempt to sneak into his manor grounds would result in immediate capture, landing her in the imperial dungeon before she could utter a single word of her family's innocence. A soft, muted tapping echoed against her cottage's broken window frame, 2 slow knocks, the secret signal Su Wanqing used when slipping away from the Prime Minister's manor after midnight to deliver urgent news. Qingkai folded the letter tight and hid it beneath a loose floorboard beneath her straw sleeping mat, then crossed to the window and pushed the tattered paper covering aside slightly to meet her friend's anxious gaze. Wanqing's face was pale beneath the dim moonlight filtering through the alley, her green silk dress splattered with mud from rushing through unlit side streets, her hands clutched tight around a folded silk handkerchief filled with silver coins and a small clay jar of healing salve for Qingkai's chapped, frost-bitten hands. She pressed the handkerchief through the window gap, her voice barely a whisper to avoid attracting the attention of any nearby night patrols. Terrible news reached my father's study tonight, Wanqing breathed, her lower lip trembling with fear. Grand Commandant Lu requested an emergency private audience with the emperor after the evening court session, demanding the throne issue a formal manhunt edict for all surviving members of the Shen household. He claims hidden rebel Qin lurk within the capital plotting to assassinate imperial officials, and begs the emperor grant his household full authority to arrest and interrogate any suspects without waiting for city guard approval. The emperor, still furious over the northern border losses a year prior, agreed to his request without hesitation. Liu's spies now have free rein to search every alley, cottage, and minor noble residence in the city for us. Qinkai's heart sank. The threat she had overheard from Liu's two spies moments earlier now confirmed as official imperial policy. The manhunt had begun in full force, and she could no longer remain in the southern courtyard safely for more than a day or two before Liu's patrols swept through the slums to root out fugitives. She needed a temporary hiding place far removed from the crowded southern peasant district, somewhere the Lu faction's spies would never think to search for a disgraced military heir. Did your father mention Prince Jing's response to Liu's manhunt petition? Qinkai asked, clinging to the last fragile thread of hope she possessed. If Xiao Jinyan had spoken against the edict before the emperor, it might slow the pace of the manhunt long enough for her to move Guyan's evidence and formulate a plan to approach the prince privately. Wang Qing shook her head, her expression heavy with despair. Prince Jing was absent from the evening court session. He left the imperial palace at dusk to inspect flood relief storehouses on the capital's western perimeter. Father said he submitted no formal statement opposing Liu's request before departing, and none of his loyal subordinates dared speak out against the Grand Commandant in his absence. The Crown Prince fully endorsed Liu's manhunt proposal, standing beside him before the emperor to paint the Shen survivors as violent, vengeful threats to the imperial line. No word of protest from Xiao Jinyan. Qinkai could not decipher what silence meant on his part. Did he agree with Liu's ruthless hunt for her family's remnants, or was he biding his time, waiting to gather his own evidence before openly clashing with the powerful Lu clan and Crown Prince on the imperial court floor? His motives remained shrouded in shadow, an enigma she could not unravel without direct conversation. I cannot stay here, Qinkai said flatly, accepting the unavoidable truth. Liu's patrols will raid these southern cottages within 48 hours. I need a place to hide temporarily, somewhere isolated, far from both the peasant slums and the noble quarters Liu's men monitor constantly. Wan Qing's eyes lit up with a sudden flicker of desperate hope, a quiet plan forming in her mind. The abandoned Lotus Retreat on the eastern lake, miles outside the capital's outer city wall. It once belonged to my grandmother before she passed away, sealed up and abandoned 3 years ago, overgrown with wild reeds and lotus foliage, rarely visited by anyone save wandering fishermen. No noble records link the cottage to the Su Manor anymore, and Liu's spies focus all their search efforts within the city's inner walls, never venturing that far into the unpopulated lake wetlands. I can sneak you out of the southern slums at dawn tomorrow, disguised as my personal laundry maid, riding in the back of the Prime Minister's supply carriage. The carriage bears the Su household's official seal, so city guards will not stop us to inspect passengers. You can hide at the lake retreat until we devise a way to speak with Prince Jing privately. The plan carried significant risk if any of the Prime Minister's servants betrayed their secret. Su Wanqing's entire family would face ruin, but it was the only viable shelter available to Qingkai at that moment. She nodded her agreement, gratitude swelling in her chest for her friend's endless willingness to sacrifice her own safety to protect her. "Thank you," Qingkai whispered, reaching through the window to squeeze Wanqing's cold, trembling hand. "I will pack a small bundle of belongings tonight, ready to depart at first light tomorrow. Before we leave the city, I must return to Guyan's bookstore one final time to retrieve all the hidden border testimony and veteran rosters, before Liu's men storm the premises tomorrow midnight. Can you accompany me to the Western District after dawn's first light, to create a distraction while I collect the documents?" Wanqing hesitated for a split second, weighing the danger of venturing into the western alleyways where Liu's spies lurked in high numbers, then steeled her resolve and nodded firmly. "I will bring 2 of my most trusted handmaids, dressed as flower vendors. We will set up a stall directly across from the bookstore to draw the attention of any lingering household guards, leaving the shop's interior clear for you to retrieve the hidden records without interruption. Once you have secured all the papers, we will rush back to the supply carriage and depart for the eastern lake before mid-morning, well before Liu's midnight raid on the bookstore." The 2 girls exchanged quiet, solemn promises to watch over one another. Then Wanqing slipped back into the shadowed alley to return to the Prime Minister's manor before the household servants discovered her absence after curfew. Kinkai turned back to the dim candlelight inside her cottage, rolling a thin cloth bundle containing only essential supplies, a change of plain linen clothing, her small iron-sleeved dagger, a pouch of medicinal herbs Wanking had given her, and the sealed border deputy's letter tucked safely beneath the floorboard. She sat cross-legged on her straw mat long into the night, staring at the flickering candle flame, replaying every detail of her single encounter with Prince Jing, dissecting every subtle flicker of emotion she had spotted hidden beneath his cold, impassive exterior. He had recognized her martial heritage instantly, yet chosen not to arrest her. He had petitioned the throne a year prior to reopen her family's case, defying the entire court's unanimous condemnation of the Shen clan. He commanded independent military power outside Lu and the Crown Prince's control, the only figure capable of challenging their combined authority without immediate political ruin. If there existed any single person in the empire who could deliver justice to her slaughtered family, it was Xiao Jinyan. The challenge lay in bridging the vast divide between a fugitive commoner girl and the most guarded, reclusive royal prince in the realm. Chapter 5 Dawn's Escape. Stolen Testimony. The sky bleached pale gray with the first faint glow of dawn when Kinkai slipped out of her dilapidated southern courtyard, her small cloth bundle slung over one shoulder, her straw hat pulled low to obscure her facial features from any early morning street sweepers. A light mist hung thick over the alleyways, shrouding the ramshackle cottages in soft white haze, masking her movements as she hurried toward the western cross street where Su Wanking had promised to meet her with her handmaids and the flower vendor distraction ruse. A faint wooden cart rumbled around the bend, drawn by a plodding brown mule, piled high with woven baskets brimming with white lotus blossoms and wild chrysanthemums. Wonking and her two loyal attendants, all three dressed in plain market vendor robes to blend into the early morning crowd of farmers and traveling merchants. Wonking spotted Kinkai's slender figure emerging from the mist and raised one hand in a subtle, silent signal, guiding the mule cart to a stop beside a weathered stone well across the lane from Guyan's hidden bookstore. All clear for the next hour, Wonking murmured as Kinkai stepped beside the cart, her eyes scanning the empty western alley for any trace of Liu's household spies or city patrol guards. Two of Liu's servants lingered near the shop entrance an hour ago, but they departed to deliver a message to the Grand Commandant's manor at daybreak, leaving the street unmonitored temporarily. My attendants will set up the flower stall directly outside the shop's front view to draw any passers-by's attention away from your entry into the back storage room. You have 30 minutes to retrieve all hidden documents before a rotating patrol of Imperial Guards arrives to sweep the district. Kinkai nodded, slipping around the side of the bookstore building to the unlatched rear service door Guyan had shown her months prior for secret after-hours visits. The wooden door creaked softly as she pushed it open, stepping into the dim, paper-scented storage chamber lined with hollow floor beams concealing the stacks of sensitive border testimony and Shen veteran rosters. Guyan had followed her earlier instruction to hide all compromising records beneath the floorboards the night before, leaving only harmless poetry scrolls and blank parchment stacked on the open shelves to fool any casual search by Liu's men. She knelt to pry loose the thick wooden floor planks one by one, carefully lifting bundles of folded parchment tied with rough hemp twine and stacking them into a waterproof oilcloth sack she had brought within her travel bundle. Every letter, every handwritten roster, every scrap of evidence detailing the Yanmen Pass sabotage went into the sack, including the Deputy General's sealed personal testimony she had stowed beneath her cottage floorboard overnight. Her fingers moved fast and steady, trained by years of sorting military dispatches alongside her father on the northern frontier, methodically accounting for every piece of critical proof to ensure nothing was left behind for Liu's spies to seize and burn that midnight. 20 minutes ticked by as she finished gathering the last stack of veteran contact records, tying the oilcloth sack tight shut to protect the fragile parchment from damp mist, then replaced the loose floor planks to erase all trace of her search beneath the storage room's surface. She slung the heavy sack over her shoulder and slipped back out the rear door, melting into the morning mist to rejoin Wonking's flower cart across the lane. Wonking's 2 attendants had drawn a small crowd of early market shoppers to their blossom stall, haggling over flower bouquets and distracting the few wandering street servants who passed through the Western District, none paying any mind to the hooded girl emerging from the bookstore's shadowed back entrance. The Prime Minister's daughter quickly signaled her handmaids to pack up the flower baskets onto the mule cart, urging Kinkai to climb into the covered rear compartment lined with thick silk blankets to hide her and the heavy oilcloth sack of evidence from view of passing city guards. Now we depart for the eastern outer lake retreat, Wonking said, climbing onto the cart's front bench to take hold of the mule's leather reins. The Su household supply carriage waits 3 lanes east of here, loaded with grain sacks to mask your presence beneath the cargo tarp, Once we pass through the eastern outer city gate, Liu's patrols will have no authority to follow us beyond the wall's jurisdiction. Their manhunt edict only grants search powers within the inner capital districts. The mule cart trundled forward through the mist-shrouded alleyways, winding past bakeries opening their wooden shop fronts and street vendors setting out stalls of dried fruit and pottery. Kinkai huddled beneath the silk blankets in the cart's rear compartment, clutching the oilcloth sack of border evidence tied against her chest, her mind fixed on the looming threat of Liu's midnight raid on the empty bookstore, and Guyan's safety as he fled the western district to seek a new hidden refuge far from the capital's spy networks. She hoped he had heeded her warning the night before and departed the shop before sunrise, evading capture by the Grand Commandant's household guards entirely. Within a quarter hour, they reached the wide eastern thoroughfare where the Prime Minister's official supply carriage waited, a large wooden wagon pulled by two sturdy draft horses, emblazoned with the Su Clan silver lotus seal on its side panels, loaded high with burlap sacks of rice and medicinal herbs bound for the family's distant Lake Retreat estates. Wonking helped Kinkai climb beneath the thick canvas cargo tarp at the wagon's rear, tucking the oilcloth sack of documents between two heavy grain sacks to conceal it from inspection by the city gate sentries manning the eastern outer wall checkpoint. Stay completely silent by wagons departing the capital today, following the new manhunt edict. If he spots your hidden form beneath the cargo, he will seize the wagon and drag us all to the Imperial dungeon for interrogation. Kinkai pressed herself flat against the wooden wagon floor, drawing the canvas tarp tight around her body to block out all daylight, holding her breath as the carriage rumbled forward toward the towering stone eastern city gate, lined with uniformed imperial guards bearing sharp iron spears and leather armor emblazoned with the imperial golden dragon crest. She heard the wagon grind to a halt before the checkpoint, the gate captain's deep, gruff voice booming out questions to Wonking as she presented the Su household's official travel permit to depart the capital's inner walls. Prime Minister's daughter, traveling alone to the eastern lakelands, the captain demanded, suspicion thick in his tone. Grand Commandant Liu's new edict orders all noble supply wagons to undergo full cargo inspection today, in search of fugitive Shen clan traders hiding within capital transport. Step aside while my guards pull back the rear cargo tarp for a sweep of your grain sacks. Kinkai's heart hammered violently against her ribs as heavy leather boots crunched across the wagon's wooden planks above her hiding spot, rough hands gripping the edge of the canvas tarp and beginning to pull it upward to expose the cargo beneath. Her fingers drifted to the small iron dagger concealed inside her sleeve, ready to defend herself and the critical sack of border evidence if the guards uncovered her hiding place, even if it meant wounding imperial soldiers and triggering an immediate city-wide alarm. Before the tarp could be fully drawn aside, Wonking spoke up in a sharp, icy tone, invoking her father's high political rank to intimidate the suspicious gate captain. This wagon carries rare medicinal ginseng roots reserved for my father's chronic lung ailment, stored in sealed clay jars beneath the grain sacks. If your guards manhandle the cargo and crack the delicate porcelain vessels, the Prime Minister will personally file a formal complaint of official harassment before the Emperor at tomorrow's dawn court session. Do you intend to bear the blame for ruining winning valuable imperial tribute medicine belonging to the head of the royal civil bureaucracy, Captain. The gate captain hesitated, clearly unwilling to risk angering the powerful Prime Minister over a routine cargo search ordered by Lu Qingjai. He grumbled a bitter, reluctant retort and ordered his guards to step back from the wagon's rear tarp, waving a hand to signal the carriage to pass through the outer gate without full inspection. The heavy wooden gate creaked open, and the draft horses pulled the wagon forward across the stone threshold, out of the inner capital's walls and into the wide, open wetland plains stretching toward the eastern lake miles beyond the city. Qinghai released the breath she had been holding for minutes, her shoulders slumping with quiet relief as the wagon rumbled further from the imperial city's watchful patrols, the sound of gate guards' shouts fading far behind them into the distance. Wang Qing pulled the canvas tarp aside to allow fresh morning mist air to circulate into the rear cargo compartment, offering her a skin of cool spring water to calm her frayed nerves. We have escaped the capital's inner search zones, Wang Qing said, glancing out the wagon's front window at the sprawling reed wetlands unfolding ahead of them, dotted with small fishing skiffs gliding across the glassy lake surface beneath the rising sun. The abandoned Lotus Retreat sits on a private island connected to the mainland only by a narrow wooden footbridge, hidden behind thick stands of wild lotus reeds. No patrols from Liu's household or the city guard venture this far east. We will be safe there for weeks, at minimum, until the initial heat of the manhunt edict fades from the capital's inner districts. The carriage traveled for nearly 2 more hours across winding dirt wetland paths lined with blooming wild lotus flowers, before reaching the narrow wooden footbridge leading to the overgrown island holding the abandoned Sioux family lake retreat. Wonking ordered the carriage drivers to park the wagon on the mainland shore and wait for 3 days' time to return to the capital, paying them a pouch of silver to ensure they would not speak of transporting an unlisted passenger out of the city to anyone within the Sioux Manor or Liu spy networks. The two girls crossed the weathered footbridge onto the island, stepping onto a narrow stone path choked with tall reed stalks that concealed the small single-story wooden cottage tucked at the island's center, its walls faded pale white, its roof overgrown with climbing wild vines and lotus foliage. Wonking unlocked the cottage's rusted iron padlock with a small brass key she had kept hidden in her sleeve for years, pushing the wooden door open to reveal a sparse, dust-covered interior furnished only with a wooden bed frame, a stone hearth for cooking, and a rickety oak table pushed against one wall. No servants have set foot here since my grandmother's passing, Wonking explained, stepping inside to fling open the cottage's shuttered wooden windows to let fresh lake breeze clear the stagnant, dusty air. There is a well out back drawing fresh spring water, and storage cellars beneath the floor stocked with dried rice, salted fish, and preserved vegetables enough to sustain us both for months. We can live off the lake's fish and wild lotus roots for food if our grain supplies run low, completely self-sufficient without needing to travel back to the capital for provisions. Kinkai set the heavy oilcloth sack of border evidence down gently on the oak table, untying the hemp bindings to spread out the stacks of parchment testimony across the wooden surface beneath the morning sunlight streaming through the cottage windows. She sorted every document into neat ordered piles, separating witness letters, veteran rosters, and records of Yanmen's sabotage grain shipments to cross-reference the timeline of Lu and the Crown Prince's conspiracy against the Shen clan, mapping out every step of their calculated plot to annihilate her family line. As she sorted the papers, a single sealed slip of parchment tucked between the Deputy General's letter caught her eye ashort. Anonymous notes scrawled in messy, rushed handwriting slipped into the bundle Guyan had hidden beneath the bookstore's floorboards without prior mention to her the night before. She broke the wax seal and unfolded the slip, her eyes scanning the brief, cryptic message written in faint charcoal ink. Prince Jing's northern manor holds locked archives documenting every imperial border transaction of the past 5 years. Within the sealed third stone vault rests written correspondence between Crown Prince Yao Jingyuan and Grand Commandant Lu Qingjai detailing their plot to sabotage Yanmen Pass and frame the Shen general for treason. The vault's iron lock bears a royal jade key only Xiao Jinyan carries upon his person at all times. No subordinate servant or guard has permission to access the archive vaults without the prince's direct verbal command. Kinkai's breath caught in her throat as she read the anonymous note's revelation. The full, unredacted written proof linking both the Crown Prince and Lu Qingjai to the border sabotage and fabricated treason charge was locked away inside Prince Jing's private manor archives, documents far more damning than any witness testimony or veteran roster she had collected thus far. Irrefutable written correspondence between the two masterminds of her family's ruin. If she could gain access to those sealed vault records, she would possess enough evidence to bring both powerful men down before the emperor in a formal imperial court hearing, clearing the Shen clan's name once and for all. Yet the archive vault was guarded by layers of elite personal bodyguards, its iron lock only unlockable with Xiao Jinyan's exclusive jade key. The only way to retrieve those critical letters was to convince the prince himself to grant her entry to his private archives, to trust her enough to lay bare the damning written communications he held locked away in his northern manor vaults. Wanking leaned over the table to read the anonymous slip of parchment, her face draining of all color as she processed the message's contents. If that note holds truth, Prince Jing has possessed proof of the Crown Prince Enliu's conspiracy against your family for an entire year, and he chose to keep those letters locked away instead of presenting them before the Emperor to clear your clan's name. Why would he withhold evidence that could exonerate the Shen house instantly? Kinkai folded the slip of anonymous note and tucked it into the front of her linen tunic, her gaze drifting out the cottage window toward the distant capital skyline barely visible on the western horizon beyond the lake's reed beds. She could not answer Wanking's question, not yet. Xiao Jinyan's motives remained an unsolved puzzle, half hidden behind a wall of cold silence and unreadable reserve. He had saved her from arrest at their cross-street encounter, petitioned the throne to reopen her family's case, and secretly held written proof of the imperial conspiracy against her clan locked in his manor vaults. Yet he had taken no public action to expose Lu and the Crown Prince's treachery to the court. 1,000 possibilities swirled through her mind. Perhaps he lacked enough political power to take down both the Crown Prince and the Grand Commandant simultaneously without triggering a civil court rebellion. Perhaps he waited for a moment when the Emperor's trust in Lu and Xiao Jingyuan frayed enough to accept damning evidence against them without dismissing it as factional slander. Perhaps he harbored a hidden personal grievance against the Shen clan she knew nothing of, delaying justice for her slaughtered father and brother to advance his own royal political agenda. Whatever his unspoken reasoning, one fact remained unshakable: the key to her family's vindication lay in speaking privately with Prince Jing Xiao Jinyan, gaining his trust, and persuading him to release the sealed archive correspondence linking Lu and the Crown Prince to the Yanmen sabotage plot. While hiding in the isolated lake cottage, she would spend every waking hour cross-referencing her collected witness testimony, mapping a full timeline of the conspiracy, and formulating a careful, unrisky plan to sneak back into the capital and secure a private audience with the reclusive Seventh Prince. Chapter 6 to 40 Recurring Structural Core Word Mass Expansion Breakdown. Chapters 6 to 10 12,000 words. Lake Cottage Confinement. Cross-referencing all border evidence. Wonking's weekly covered trips back to the capital to gather court gossip. Discovery of a coded cipher within Liu's household letters. Flashbacks to Kinkai's frontier youth with her father and brother. Introduction of a wounded Shen veteran fisherman hiding on the lake's outer islands who delivers new eyewitness testimony of the Yanmen armory trader. Chapters 11 to 20 28,000 words. Wonking infiltrates a noble autumn banquet hosted by the Crown Prince to plant a subtle clue for Prince Jing to track Kinkai's hiding location on the eastern lake. Kinkai practices hidden martial arts training in the reed wetlands to sharpen her defense skills against Liu's potential spy raids on the island. A squad of Liu's river patrol boats sweeps the lake waterways, nearly discovering the Lotus Retreat Island, forcing the two girls and the veteran fisherman to hide in underwater reed tunnels for 12 hours. Private messenger from Guyana arrives at the lake with word he has relocated to a mountain village north of the capital, bringing a list of low-ranking imperial officials bribed by Lu to fabricate the original treason accusation against General Shen. King Kai drafts a detailed written petition summarizing all collected witness evidence to present to Prince Jing upon their next meeting. Chapters 21 to 30, 32,000 words. Xiao Jinyan uncovers the banquet clue left by Wanqing, sends his head bodyguard Yun Shu to investigate the eastern lake wetlands. Yun Shu locates the hidden Lotus Retreat Island and meets King Kai alone in the reed marshes for a secret 2-hour conversation. Yun Shu relays the prince's unspoken doubts about the Shen case, confirms the existence of the sealed vault correspondence inside the Northern Manor archives, delivers a private invitation from Xiao Jinyan for King Kai to visit his mountain estate 3 nights following the autumn harvest moon festival, under full protection of his personal cavalry to avoid detection by Liu's spy networks. King Kai and Wanqing devise a disguise plan for the trip to the prince's manor. The wounded fisherman veteran agrees to act as their riverboat ferryman to cross the lake and travel north along hidden forest paths. Flashback chapter detailing Xiao Jinyan's childhood trauma of his mother's wrongful palace execution. Explaining his deep distrust of manipulated imperial court verdicts and his quiet sympathy for the Shen clan's unjust fate, Lu Qingjai learns Prince Jing has taken interest in the fugitive Shen girl, doubles his manhunt forces and sends elite assassins to intercept any travelers heading north toward the 7th Prince's mountain estate. Chapters 31 to 40, 28,000 words. 3 nights before the Harvest Moon Festival, King Kai departs the lake retreat with Wanqing and the fisherman veteran, traveling north through dense forest trails, evading Liu's roving assassin squads. Close quarters combat sequence where Kinkai uses her frontier martial arts to fend off 6 masked Lu household assassins sent to capture or kill her. The fisherman veteran sustains a minor blade wound protecting her. The group reaches the outer perimeter of Prince Jing's mountain manor at twilight on the harvest moon night. Greeted by Yun Shu and layers of black-cloaked Jing cavalry guards who escort them safely past the manor's outer watchtowers. Kinkai is led into Xiao Jinyan's private stone study lined with military archive scrolls. The first unmediated, private face-to-face conversation between the fugitive Shen Heir and the cold 7th Prince since their brief Rainy Street encounter months prior. The final scene of Chapter 40 closes with Kinkai laying her full sack of late-collected border witness testimony across the prince's oak study table, staring directly into his unreadable dark eyes as she speaks her opening plea for him to unlock his sealed archive vault and expose Lu and the Crown Prince's murderous conspiracy to the imperial throne. Volume 2 Hidden Blades in Lantern Light Chapters 41 to 80 Full 40,000 word segment to complete 100,000 total continuation. Chapter 41 Moonlit Study Sealed Vault Secrets. Harvest moonlight poured through the tall leaded glass windows lining Prince Jing's mountain stone study, casting long silver streaks across the polished dark oak table where Kinkai had spread every scrap of border testimony she had risked her life to gather over months of hiding exiled deputy general letters, Shen veteran rosters, coded records of Liu's bribed imperial officials, handwritten witness accounts of the Yanmen Armory sabotage, and the anonymous slip revealing the locked manor. Archive vault holding correspondence between Grand Commandant Lu and Crown Prince Yao Jingyuan. Xiao Jinyan stood silent at the far end of the table, his tall frame draped in the same unadorned black silk brocade robe he had worn the night of their rainy cross-street encounter in the capital, his jade crown securing his raven dark hair without a single loose strand escaping its binding. His deep black eyes swept slowly over every parchment laid out before him, his sharp, trained gaze parsing every line of handwriting, every hidden detail of the border conspiracy timeline Qingkai had meticulously cross-referenced back at the Eastern Lake retreat over weeks of isolated confinement. His expression remained impassive, stripped of all readable emotion, the icy reserve that defined his public royal persona fully intact as he absorbed the mountain of damning evidence laid bare before him. Yunshu lingered in the study's shadowed rear doorway, his hand resting lightly on the hilt of his twin hidden daggers, scanning the surrounding manor courtyard through the window slits for any trace of Liu's infiltrating assassins who had chased Qingkai's traveling party through the northern forest trails to the estate's outer watchtower perimeter. Wonking and the wounded fisherman veteran had been escorted to guest quarters on the manor's eastern wing to rest after the dangerous forest journey, leaving Qingkai alone with Prince Jing to present her full case for the Shen clan's wrongful conviction, unobserved by any outside ears or spy networks. After several long, heavy minutes of silent scrutiny of the spread parchment testimony, Xiao Jinyan finally crossed the study to stand directly across the oak table from Qingkai, his deep voice low and resonant, the cold edge of his usual speech softened by a faint, nearly imperceptible undercurrent of quiet gravity. You spent months hiding in the eastern lake wetlands, evading myriads of Liu's household patrols and imperial manhunt squads, risking capture and execution to collect every fragment of this evidence, he said, his gaze locking steady on her face, no longer skittering away to avoid direct eye contact as most court officials and commoners did in his intimidating presence. You endured starvation, damp isolation, and multiple assassination attempts by Liu's hired blades to preserve these witness accounts, rather than fleeing the empire entirely to live in safe exile across the northern barbarian borderlands where no imperial edict could reach you. Why cling so fiercely to a lost, condemned clan's tarnished reputation, when flight would spare you endless mortal peril? Kinkai's fingers curled lightly around the edge of the deputy general's faded letter laid nearest her palms, her voice steady and unwavering despite the weight of standing before the most powerful, guarded royal prince in the realm, her frontier military-bred courage overriding any flicker of fear beneath his unblinking dark stare. My father and elder brother died defending this empire's northern frontier from barbarian invasion, spilling their blood on Yanmen's ramparts for the safety of the capital's noble families and the imperial throne, she replied, every word sharp with quiet, unyielding conviction. They did not perish at enemy hands, they were murdered by domestic political treachery.